beautiful. Welcome back. Let me just continue, right? Yeah. Straight into it. I'm sure we get a quick TLDR here. The Memoirs of the Clouded Crocodile.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
No.
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Okay, so it is this guy. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court of the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Wait, I was prohibited from going into a court of law again? Why? I don't remember. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Also, am I not here explicitly to study law? What have I've been doing for the past 4 months? It must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Jones's suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. 30th of August, 7:28 a.m. Jones's suite. Oh, Bruno, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Agnes. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. I kind of forgot the voice I gave him. I think it was kind of uppity for no reason. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. Holy personal space, my guy. So that is it. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo. You have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, Is that not the case? Ah, really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point at you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course. Though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has. And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you? Well, he pulled your button off? Well, if he's not doing that, he's pushing them. Yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then. Then in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one thinks. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. Well, I mean, considering that your deduction is based on things that have nothing to do with anything, yeah, it's kind of wrong. But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Oh! Well, that really is a surprise. Yeah, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. It's kind of weird that they couldn't use the name Sherlock Holmes. Shouldn't that story or that name be so old by now that it's public domain? I have a new ability for you to try too. My latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sherlock's lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes was published by Rand's magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Nippon. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really? That's right. And she had some rather startling news, in fact. Intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Yes, what a fun. I mean, wait, I can move. Where can I move to? Okay, goodbye. No breakfast. Let me take a look-see. At first glance, my desk here might look as though it's in a mess. However, it's not gonna miss at all. Everything is exactly where I want it to be. But whenever Sister just looked at it, she'd put her hands on her hips and say, "Oh dear." The way of saying that I should make it a more orderly and neat mess. I missed that. shovel, spade. Of a spade. The difference between a shovel and a spade is basically just the shape, no? Do shovels that are basically square, that have like a flat edge at the front, have a special name? No, that's just a sense gone. The shovelers aren't represented to correct me. Maybe I'll have to do it myself. Not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. It has an edge, so you can pierce the grass layer easier, but that's about it. I mean, yeah, I know a spade has, like, the sharp tip you can jam into the ground. But there's also shovels for, like, shoveling dirt and stuff that have, like, a flat edge on the front that are basically just a square piece of metal. Oh, wrong button. A spobble. A sporkable. It's the mix between a... what do they call it in English? Pitchfork. A pitchfork and a shovel. That are gently simmering away there on top of the stones usually. It's kind of Susaru's son to send that Japanese tea. Iris really likes it. But for me, it's the sound of the stove and burbling kettle I like the most. Photograph of us all together that day. Makes me a little sad to look at it now, which is why I'd take it to lying it flat. What? Why? Oh no, one of us is not here anymore, but, you know, after her dad is no longer sick, she might return. What a terrible tragedy, I can't look at it. Mr. Sholmes righted it every single time, and I've grown accustomed to it. Hope we'll all be together again like that one day soon. We need 9 months to send some woman from Japan to Shanghai, but still can go to Japan from Great Britain and send back tea in 2 months. Yeah? She took the express steamboat. Also, I still think the fact that it took so long for her to get shipped to Shanghai has something to do with the whole shadow government thing going on. This world is weird. I mean, you're not wrong there. I keep pressing the wrong button, and I will for the rest of the game. I was intending to call it, yeah. Choose to be upset anyway. I mean, go crazy. To be fair, going on a boat in this world seems like a major issue. How do I... Oh... Wait a second. Wait, what? Huh? Okay, I can't look around. I remembered that I had to do that with the keyboard. And then I pressed the touchpad and that moved it right when I touched the right side of the touchpad. But if I touch the left side, it doesn't go left. So, how do I look left? You have to deal with Autism Supreme in court now, as well as our advisor. Maybe we just get Iris. I don't think Autism Supreme has the attention span to stick around for a whole case. Let me check the key configuration. Is there no configuration for console? Also, I don't think I've ever had my controller vibrate. whatever, I guess. How to look left. Got it. The View controller only works because of Steam. Didn't this game originally came out on the Switch or something? So it would be weird that controller wouldn't properly work. There is no native controller support. Well, it's showing me the buttons for an Xbox controller. I could try to... Can I connect two controllers with my PC at once? Hold on, let me get my... I think the controller's battery is empty and I'm not willing to go get new batteries just for this experiment. Never see what Susato-san's room looks like. We're going now, of course, but I don't dare. They say a young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secret. Although from the laughter I used to hear when Iris would visit, I imagine it's mainly sweet. Just make it a battery haul vlog. It's not that far that I mean, I could probably stretch it out into a whole vlog. I start out with like morning routine and then, you know, gotta get ready. Today's the big day. I'm walking over to where I keep the battery. 10 minutes is all you need. Look at the prawns and the anemones gently swaying around on the tank. Regular cleaning. Some food and fresh seawater is all they need, and some conversation of course. It seemed like a lot of effort at first, but it was worth it. I'm starting to be able to tell what they're thinking. Funny to think that so many people in London had aquariums like this ones, when they were in vogue. Never expect to find sea anemones in the middle of a capital. I think I'll have to name them soon. Name them John. Fresh seawater in London. I mean, that shouldn't be... Yeah, maybe the fresh part is a bit difficult, but... You could probably ship it up from the river, I feel like. Emphasis on the fresh. But if you can get fresh fish up here, you can also get fresh seawater up here. Probably just uses regular water and puts salt in it. An ocean of salt. God damn, he's dependent on her. I mean, she literally took care of everything except standing in that court, and even then she just stood at his side and gave him tips constantly. Books, papers, scientific implements, these shelves are stuffed to her gunnels. Mrs. Sato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand messes. His attachment is kinda unreal. True. You know what I'm kind of find surprising? The fact that they didn't make Susato some spirit medium. That they completely made away with that weird gimmick. Susie might not be able to stand mess. What? Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves. Oh, why not? Everything's in intricate balance. I probably spent ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement right from the outside. You make it sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Shomes just needs to tidy up. It's his ADHD tower. Have you ever watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Ah yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it. Being used as a table from tea and coffee. Pretty sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut. That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's in many cases. Yes, so I've been led to believe, though personally I've never actually seen inside. And that's the way the will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. You go opening and uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten. What? Is there a beast inside there or something? Wasn't really into sitcoms in 2013. Fair, fair. The captain is of the police force in that show. It's not very ADHD or anything, but he's very dry, by the numbers, and so on. And basically, extremely robotic. And then as a prank, the main guy tries to mess with his podium by doing some shit and everybody's like, oh my god, no, you can't, yada yada. And he kind of gets talked down from doing anything and just moves it half an inch to the side. And the captain notices immediately and loses his mind, thinks it's the funniest shit he's ever seen. And that meticulously arranged stuff kind of reminded me of that. Could you get a bit louder or turn the music down a small smidge? I could set up correctly, maybe that helps my audio. I could also turn the music down a bit, hold on. But how loud is it? Was it too loud yesterday as well? Let me go... there. Getting out of the shrimp gaming position? Kinda. I was leaning back a bit and just surviving. I guess this time of year Londoners seem to leave their hearths alight all day long, and I love it. I love the pollution! Yes! Give me more! That's really London! Let's go! Yesterday it was just a court case, so there wasn't background music like this. That's fair enough. Also, something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. London #1 polluter, let's go. They didn't bring the Industrial Revolution to China yet. A fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space. Really, no use at all. Why did you highlight no use? What if I like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals? Hurley. But consider this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. An extraordinary hearth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? I think you invented such a thing. Your name would go down in history. The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in the hearth. Yes, of course, brilliant. The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. No, it's... Bro's out here inventing an AC. He wishes. Bit of a damp squid. Okay. These are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they? Not quite, Mr. Naruto, not quite. British English is such a meme. The trinkets are selections from cases I've solved with particular aplomb. They're souvenirs of my success, memories, Mr. Naruto, Really, so tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured. I forget. Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Jones, wonderful. The machine really is imposing, isn't it? But I can never remember its name. But he calls it its great analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all. And it looks like it would belong straight into Bugenhagen's place. Doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean? What? What do you mean, what does analyzing something even mean? You know, when you say I forgot, it's usually because you don't want to talk about it. An extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything with which you care to present it. But how to interpret those results is the key, and I confess I have no idea. Didn't you build it? Clearly I'm going to have to construct a great analytoscope to solve the problem. I really hope he doesn't become our assistant and starts yapping at us. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous? I can already feel your brain cells draining. He's okay in spurts when he comes out for his stupid theories that I have to correct. And I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Bruno. Didn't you buy it for a song? Said what? Did you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes? I found it at a pawnbrokery. Among the forfeited articles, it clearly said Stradivarius on the label. What? The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, you see, so I paid him 55 shillings for it. Yes, I have something of a turn for shopping. Sherlock Sholmes, bargain hunter. Does lawyering pay so little? Do we even get paid? We're here as an exchange guy, no? We just get assigned cases to learn from. They're probably like, oh, you get paid in exposure. How else do we survive? Well, we're currently living in this guy's attic for free. Eating their food. Nothing particular, no, just a couple of bullet holes, you know? Yeah, we're doing things. God, that's sad. University really never changes. Ah, yes. This is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? Well, technically, we also didn't get in on application. We only got in because the other guy that got in died last second, so they were like, you know what? Fuck it. You can. What's in the melting pot today? Blue carbuncle. Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago, and the theft of a precious stone. Well, modern applications work as well. You gotta pray someone else loses their spot. Just a big game of Hunger Games. Survival of the fittest, you gotta take out the competition. A carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see, especially if it's cut with a rounded top. Basically academic Squid Game. Except that whoever makes it the finale, the last person standing, is the one that has to pay the entire piggy full of money. And this garnet was blue, wasn't? Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. Not blue garnet. No blue garnets have ever been discovered. Oh? Can have a reward now, can we? The reward is that you can go apply for a job, you know, you get into Squid Game Season 2. Because the blue garnet is called a sapphire? Shh. Don't ruin our moment. So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case. A proper Sherlock Holmes conundrum. Look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day. Well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice. When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time. Oh, yes, that's because different blends have very different properties. Some clam you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat. That sounds ominous. Bum, ba-ba-ba-ba. So many different bottles up there that the charming little set of white shelves. Be careful, Runo, you mustn't trade the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry. Wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know. Some give you industrial diarrhea? Yippee. Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids. I guess that explains the brain damage. So he also drinks lead paint, I'm guessing? I can type with my eyes shut, you know. Can't believe it. Oh, I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun. That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake. Where's the funny part? But then when I got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Oh, that's... Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all. I think you might just have fallen asleep on the job. You take your tea water from the Thames? Oh. I think at that point I'd rather drink the lead paint. That would probably be healthier, honestly. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by International Post. Oh, how lovely. Look at such beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how's your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at a Japanese Supreme Court and won the case. Isn't the issue wonderful? A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. I'd even go so far as to say that mine was more impressive, because she saw a bunch of cases and then won, and I just raw-dogged one. Reminds me of that one guy you watched who went into the Spring of Thames in the open sea without ever leaving the river, or from the spring into the sea without ever leaving, except for sleeping and stuff, obviously. Well, that's boring. Wait, how long is the Thames? How long would you float in there? I feel like you could easily arrange it that you sleep on the river. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Yes, you do. He helped the man twice. You know, those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? Ah, the mustached twitchy man. With the somewhat feline-y eyes and the moustache. He didn't have two mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. 346 kilometers. He only had a kayak and some random tent. Okay, well, okay. if you're in a kayak, I thought it was actually swimming in it or floating. If you have a kayak, I feel like it's even easier to just sleep in. Just, you know, have somebody... He probably had somebody else watching him too. So if he accidentally rolls under and drowns himself, then there's people that can pull him out immediately. The river obviously goes through villages, and especially in the tidal part pushes you actually inland. It was raw dogging it alone. So how would anyone confirm that he actually went from spring to ocean? A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. You want the whole thing? Damn. So, what was the startling news penned by Miss Susato? I mean, even if he didn't, it would be a weird thing to lie about, let's be real. But I'm also kind of surprised that he didn't get in trouble or anything. With, you know, the normal ships that probably traverse the river. He also circled the entire world on a unicycle. Okay, now that part is a bit more questionable. So, what was the startling news? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Shanks? Do you know what I've seen recently? I've seen somebody on a motorized unicycle climb a pretty steep stone cliff. Basically, one of those cliffs where you'd think that only goats could walk on. He did call water security beforehand and made sure he was allowed to do it. They told him which route to take through London and stuff. Oh, nice. So he's actually considerate and not just, you know, going at it, being an inconvenience along the way. Or figuring it out as he goes. It's a pretty chill guy, it was a nice watch. It's not the guy that's super popular with survival stuff, is it? The guy that constantly freezes himself half to death? I'm feeling entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. Sorely forgotten then. Anyway, in a letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago? For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. That compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, he said, very mysteriously as well. He also deposited his kayak like 70 kilometers down the river from the spring, because that's where the river gets wide enough to actually use a boat. So, did he just walk those 70 kilometers, or did he just lay in the water and slowly trudge down or something? Sorry, must not be published. Really? I said that? Are you sure? You walked? Honestly, I'm kind of jealous of those people. I'd love to just take time off, go on a stupid silly journey to trudge through nature. Not really worrying about much. just vibing. Not much of a current to take you up there. I don't know. I don't know what the spring looks like or anything. I just know what the river looks like through London. Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Jones? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago? Is that an autocorrect, or can you actually say 4 mouths instead of 4 months? Is this Old British? String is underground. It's giga small thing, not even a trickle. It's autocorrect? Okay. It's kind of funny. But I mean, if the string is underground, then does that count? I feel like, or personally, I just start my journey as where it first breaks the ground. Been for months now since she waved Susie off, or we waved Susie off in Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. There's a headstone denoting the origin point. I see. First it was a cool watch. Okay. Long story short, I enjoyed watching a man kayak through a river. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right. She had to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. It just said that he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? I also chilled with the locals throughout the journey, went to some pubs and stuff, was pretty cool. I mean, it does sound pretty cool. I have like a couple different friends who also went through the UK on a little pub trips and so on, camping trips. I'm kind of jealous that I couldn't go with them, because the stories they told sound pretty nice. So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding. Ellie, do you know what it's all about? Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel. Even if I were quite at leisure. I'd like to travel around as well, but after having fish poisoning last time you went somewhere, you're a bit apprehensive. For me, it's mostly time and money being an issue. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later. Also, at this point, I don't even know where I would go, like what I would do. I'm not big on making like super set plans, like, oh, day 1 of the vacation I have to go here, day 2 I have to do this. But I'd want to have like a rough idea of where I go, what I do, you know? He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Suzuki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By of all people, Mr. Jones. Aha! I found them at last. Paris, are they the notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Bruno? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit. I still don't remember what this is about. When did I stop being allowed to practice law? What happened? Also, if I'm not allowed to practice law, why am I still in Britain? It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded in the wintry streets of London. Offended some overlord of mankind or something? You mean the God King Emperor Chief Justice of Mankind? A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Unfortunately, her life was spawned. Unfortunately, she survived, so there was no victim in my case. God damn it. The fog was thick and nobody saw the attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time. Boom, boom. Many twists and turns. As if there's ever a case that doesn't have many twists and turns. Received a telegram from Mr. Shows following. Citizen and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. Is a hansom just a carriage? The Marshmallow Man? That's a fat ass rat there, what the hell? Look at the size of that thing. And there you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Shones. Is that open top kind of carriage you sometimes see on TV? Oh. I think not. Oh. You're late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right. It's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time's utterly irrelevant, and the fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. So I can't believe this is a hospital. You can smell the asbestos in the air. Was asbestos even around back then? I don't think so. So I can't believe they actually want to make asbestos legal again in the US. There's a rat? Yeah, it's the safety rat. This is a clean rat. It kills all the diseased rats that are around. Feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim's over there. She's only just regained consciousness. How did Brit never survive so long? And to be fair, I don't think any place in Europe at that time was any cleaner. I don't think Europe is known for being very clean in from the Middle Ages up to the Industrial Revolution. Britain bad? Valid argument, carry on. Holy, she's also small. You should introduce yourselves. And I shall observe from here. Speaking of very small, okay, that's a weird small tangent that I encountered today as I was racing my horses. You remember how Goldship is fucking humongous compared to other horses? Like, she towers over them. In one of her final races, she was racing against... It doesn't need to be massive. It's about how you tell it, not how long you tell it. She was racing or positioned right next to one of the named horses that is very small compared to other ones. So the difference was astonishing. It was crazy. She was basically twice the height or something like that. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. 5'11" versus 6 foot? Actually, though. So that's the lady who was found in the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back. Her name is... Ah, yes, here we are. Miss Green. I'm also a really big fan of the random fan art that pops up here and there with the horse girls at, like, canonical height, so they just tower over normal humans. I think that's always very funny to see. Rat. A mouse, Mr. Naruto. Enormous mouse. More tall mommy horses. Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. Was there a golden Michelin man? Why not? But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. What the fuck are we talking about here? I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you're thinking. This must be a good hospital. Look at the rats, they're very healthy. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, isn't it? That's a wooden figure? I thought that was like a potato sack that got some yarn around it to make shapes. I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing stretching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Is that a self-portrait? I'm guessing it has something to do with this painting, but we can't look at it yet. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? And when I was thinking more that they might be related, but then I remember that police guy and his wife that were all lovey-dovey while she was beating him up and he was falling asleep, and they also kind of looked like siblings. I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Would call those two as a couple murder in the bedroom? What? Sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Is he gonna break? What if he just gets to be on top? Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local hospital, in our local park. The pigeons, yes. This is a person. He's not gonna reach. Okay. Woman, I hope she hasn't read this. I feel like it's impossible not to read your own notes, no? If you're restrained to a hospital bed for days, then you just are bound to get bored and look at whatever's around you. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That's a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you'd managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. But am I a master thief? There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Sato? It's a big bag. Must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. Was her first name Olive? Am I remembering this correctly? Her name was Olive Green? Should have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. That's what it looks like. Yeah, that's why it kind of... it triggered kind of like a Winter Soldier episode. The sleeper agent inside me remembered all the critical details. Let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and... listen... You just don't go through the patient's bag as the patient is also awake right next to it. What the hell is happening? No, Mr. Naruto. You must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates and biscuits or caramel. And... Maybe Mr. Naruto shouldn't get fed. Good morning. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no. Was that your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. I mean, lawyers can stab people. And I'm Susato Mikotoba, pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. Imagine the police just lets the person that stabbed the person in the hospital enter their room without supervision. Best wishes. For me? But, thank you. I'm Olive. I remembered, I'm so good. The first time I'm actually good with names, but then again, the names in Ace Attorney are kind of made to be easily remembered. But no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. What? I think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. I mean, I'd rather look around some more, but sure. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I am afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madame. Spectacularly by none other than I. No, nuh-uh. We solved the case. You didn't. You accused the wrong person. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Why does she have a key around her neck? I just noticed that. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. Should have never regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no! We also relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Oh, killer joke! Damn straight woman! How dare you give us more work? So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no. Oh, I couldn't possibly claim that. We're fledgling artists at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. The Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my. An Academy of Fine Arts? Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabout? Oh, no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. See. Oh, very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away from the underground from here, or on the underground. And Thorndyke Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not. But Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town, and by comparison, dwelled in by those of inferior means. This is gonna get annoying. What, her being constantly depressed and apologetic for existing, or Mr. Sholmes being Mr. Sholmes? Including the Maleficent, the Mr. Mustache. I'm already hoping that we don't get to see Mr. Mustache here more, because I also think that he's kind of annoying. Furia means, I suppose Suzuki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young woman who studies fine arts to be walking in such a district. That's all. It's almost like, you know, people have different interests and maybe don't just go from home to work to work to home. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh, oh dear me. Do forgive me. If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. She can't comprehend that. Frankly, I don't even know how he makes his living. But he can't comprehend that. I think he doesn't make his living. I genuinely believe that the only one paying for that flat is Iris due to her work of fabricating more interesting stories about Sherlock or Sherlock Holmes, where he's actually capable. Eris is the one paying for everything, yeah? That's what yeah, I mean, it kinda has to be. Is there a Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder... Narrow Fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruto, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from, Mr. Saucy Nutsmack? Like, are you even trying, my man? Mr. Natsume sent a message to me. Saucy Nutsmack? But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly, what's going on? The Scotland Yard constable playing delivery boy at this time in the morning. Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. That letter's not for you, so how about you don't just grab that? No. Oh, this is most unexpected. Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? He's more egregious than last game, isn't he? I think that's just because he has more screen time now than he had the entire last game. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Oh, is this the mysterious second case? That's why we didn't remember? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we're dead. That will be entirely convenient. It's all here in this note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Moustache's lodging. Wait, what? El Hale fires at once. Fiars? Yatra? By Yaker? It was only yesterday that Susik-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Okay, so my hope that he doesn't show up a lot more actually gets immediately dispelled by making him, yet again, one of the main characters for an entire case. I had to say it. I don't think this is my fault, actually. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased. Oh, question, he's dead. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. Maybe we should just kill Natsume? Well, the problem with that is we know that he survives. Because we've seen him in the future, which is the present/past. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Why did you even wake up to this? Isn't this somebody else's place? Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Moustache. Ah! Not the horrible hairlock Sholmes. Shoo! Shove off. Show yourself the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Moustache. What can I do for you? Uh, Here they are already. On the busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene shows. Huh. I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Good morning to you too, sunshine. Okay, so the guy that I thought actually might have some character going on just died. Why does this feel like this was supposed to be in the first game? How many cases do Ace Attorney games usually have? Wait, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up the crime scene. 5? Wait, that's actually the norm? I thought there were more. Maybe I'm just... Well, I couldn't even count them right now, but... I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Right. Sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. How about I just look around? Why is this all checkmarked? Oh. It just doesn't want me to touch anything, I get it. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamsphere? Okay. There was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens. Or just dead. Mr. Shamsphere was the landlord. Oh, Mr. Garidet. And the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. I didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garidet got worried and kicked the door down. Imagine you're sleeping in one day and your landlord just kicks your front door in. But doesn't Mr. Garidet have a bad leg? Ah, yeah. Sure, right there. Was the jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking? Really? Sasuke-san? American apartments be like? Okay, but in American apartments you don't have to kick in the door, you can just kick on the wall. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. Only acquaintances were the people in this house. A miserable life, and a miserable end to it. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? You're involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? You don't kick, you just sprinkle it with water? It's kind of funny to see, like, home clip videos of people doing something or other that involves, like, movement, like catching a ball or whatever, and then they trip a little, fall against the wall and just crash into it, completely demolishing it, like massive hole. Well, I'm not saying it's because the fella looks out or anything, but that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit. I mean, cohabitor. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Starting to feel like you're just profiling him because he's a foreigner. But your wall would demolish your skull instead? Yeah, instant backbreaker. Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. Certainly seems that way. He doesn't have... He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Oh man, unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think that fella's been gone on that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I would bring myself to touch a dead body. I don't see why you wouldn't touch a dead body. Except, you know, in an open investigation it might leave false evidence pointing towards you. But other than that... Or maybe I'm just talking out of my ass because I never was in that situation. But it doesn't feel that good. Well, it probably feels weird, but I don't know. I don't know how to put it into words. Anyway. A terrible thing to have happened. So it's been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yep, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? Okay, well, here's an episode. I just remembered. There's also one video that's pretty well known, where a guy is on a pogo stick in the house, he jumps on it, and completely crashes the thing into the floor. What's the matter with Suzuki-san now? Like, which part of the house is not built hollow there? Wasn't an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Because he seemed so shaken by it. Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. Foundation, maybe? But did he ever invite me to his room? No, never! Okay, and? On my honor, I swear it. An extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Kind of. We found him here. I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. What that inspector over there? What do you want now? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Huh. You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? You, for one, were wishing we just hadn't read that note. Technically, we didn't. Technically, Mr. Holmes read it, so we could have just stayed at the hospital. At the present time, I've managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first is that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Something that Mr. Shon said is significant somehow? No. Don't mind me. Forget I was here. My second conclusion. is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. No, nonsense! Right, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to everything Mr. Sholmes deduces? No! Please, pretend I'm not here! Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Possible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. That's some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this would be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reason Spectacular, Act 1! So, which mythical creature snuck in here to poison the guy? Cause of death. A careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in the disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Must have been the consumption of that tofu break? Is that even supposed to be tofu? Tofu? That looks like, I don't know, lime cake or something. Butter. One half of a sizable bar of soap, meaningful indubitably? Huh? Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet, the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end, he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. I don't think you need to have poison in your soap to die from eating soap. The soap and the leather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore other leather. The cause of death was a clear intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. This one's so far off the rails, it's already a 0. Though personally, I have a great interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. I have so many questions. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Did he just admit to eating candles? He did in fact admit to eating candles. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. And did the man dine or die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I banned that word yesterday. To be like auto-banned? Why didn't that work? Although was open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap. Is he actually soap-shaming the dead guy? From whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Time to fix this. Here's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You're disposed to identify just one thing, aren't you? Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, I really think the man would have eaten soap. It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing that to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. In truth, I've tried this. Okay, so this guy is not just eating candles, he's also eating soap. He ate the chemicals from Iris. I'm very convinced he also drinks paint. My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilled the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. Every detail you learn, it just becomes more obvious why he is the way that he is. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I can't recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ew. Couldn't help but noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Honestly, that's just his default state though, no? Shivering and quivering. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' seductions touched a nerve somehow. No, nonsense! That clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yeah, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. He does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions. I wouldn't go that far to call them quite brilliant. And discreetly exchange them for something that makes sense a little more. We can do that. I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, you're ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Holmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular Act 1. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. A careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Does it? How do I correct again? I kind of forgot how this works. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains... I mean, we heard all of this already. Can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. How do you know that? Might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap? Oh god, how's the camera turning? There's more soap on the floor. Mr. Shakespeare must really have loved this stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruto. Look closely at the soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that there are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. I mean, is there anything else that I need to do here, or can I just present this?
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really. For no depths of hunger could drive a man to attempt to eat soap. You ate soap! What are you on about? Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. That's one bite too many, my man. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was spent by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Still pushing the soap propaganda. It's not that droplet here? Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. The teacup, Mr. Naruto, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. Ah, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly. I mean, there's nothing else I can... Let me look at the fork, actually. Was this fork he wanted to satisfy his hunger with? Mr. Naruhodo, I really don't think it's helpful to continue with this line of reasoning that the gentleman had peculiar tastes.
Take that!
Hi. Oh. Indeed. Has it been a vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries? And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. Just be like, fine then, he drank this soap. He made some soap tea, duh. Cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Like, one short second, I'm gonna turn on the lights real quick. The Western vessel for infused hot drinks. He really isn't letting this one go, huh? We can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shakespeare was drinking tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggesting it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. Did Mr. Natsume offer some drink and was like, yo, this is from my homeland, you should drink it, it's very nice. And now he died because of it? We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. Like that little puddle here? No? A second teacup. It's a teacup! And it's two is empty. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand. We can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shakespeare was actually drinking. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we've deduced up to now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. So I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel. We see inside the teacup. No? Sorry, am I pressing this?
Take that!
I didn't see the quotes, I wasn't sure. And if the man die and die alone, this other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. Ah! In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's Last Supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjust, unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Well, okay, it must have been the landlord, no? Because it must have been somebody that had a key. Not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap, unless whoever was in here stayed inside the locked room for no reason. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I suppose not. Time to look around again. Mr. Shamsby didn't eat candles, it seems. We've already established that he didn't eat soap either. Ah, do you think perhaps the guest brought this candle here last night to eat as a midnight snack? Even if he or she did, does it reveal anything about the guest's identity? Point. There goes my idea. Snuffed out like that candle. If you sigh so deeply, Mr. Naruhodo, you're in danger of blowing out the flame. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it? Not really. Why is he being pretentious? Is he having like a dick measuring contest with Sholmes right now? Makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at that time. Bother. Son's quips in response was cleverer than my original riddle. What riddle? Yes, Luke, that reminds me of that one time I was in Afghanistan. First glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially, not instantly. I don't know what they are. Let's see. The titles read: The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gabriel. Sure, I've heard those titles before. It could be an incredible coincidence, but... The knockoffs? No, they're totally true. They're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident with Miss Green's stabbing. Okay, but just because he lent him the books doesn't mean that he was in here, you know? And this isn't really conclusive evidence. Sanatsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? People can talk in the hallway. Well, nothing else to look at. Indeed. That what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these three titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same three titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never. Non-negotiable. His pocket handkerchief honestly just reminds me of a slice of ham that's folded and stuffed in there. And I wouldn't put it past him for it to actually turn out to be a slice of ham. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these three books are in fact yours, okay? That still doesn't prove that he was in here. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returning to your lodgings, you were arrested at the very next day. So, you could conceivably have brought these books here that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these three books here to the victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. It was you, Mr. Suzuki Natsume. Thus completes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Well, there's still a lot of open questions here that we need answers. He's just taking the biggest dump once again. Not again, not again, not again! No, the constipation! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume. Up here, you gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again? But wait! Hold your horses! Yes. Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible. So flustered he's being even stranger than normal. What? You think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You could have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But at that reasoning, everybody in this building could have done it. Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get the chance to give you a side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Moustache. You horrible hairlock Holmes. Really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Oh no, no dilly-dallying outside. There's a carriage waiting. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me, please, please! I'm innocent! You would just have to help him based on the fact that you're the reason he's accused to begin with, I feel like. Right, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. Yes. My poor little kitty cat. He's given his breakfast for me. His evil curse is still apparently unbroken. Sasuke-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. He didn't even incriminate him! He was like the victim committed suicide. You were the one that was like, no, actually. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Exactly! Like, he often is the reason that something goes horribly wrong, but this one is not on him for once, surprisingly. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. You've forgotten what the inspector mentioned before. It was the landlord, Mr. Garridet, who discovered Mr. Shamspeare. Ah, Mr. John Garridet. Yes. Garridet. Is it Garridet or Jerridet? Might be Jerry, honestly. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right. We must remember to go and talk to him later then. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know, it depends on the poison. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder... And do you think that putting your hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this actually. This book is titled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. Huh? I just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Okay. Sure. One of the teacups that Mr. Shamspeare and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shamspeare's, and the other must have been the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Sasuke-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Teacups used by Mr. Shamspeare and Mr. Natsume. The one with the green line around the rim was Mr. Natsume's. is the teacup from which Mr. Natsumu was drinking. Like the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. Oh, his gulped it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruto? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper ways of... in the proper way to take tea. There's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsumi's cup. Stand on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? Never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drinking tea what it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese. Those damn Japanese. Misrepresenting Japanese culture. Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady going-ons. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited as a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. With a chonmage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chonmage. Oh, you look wonderful with one. And you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. Fucking Top Knot is a prime example of a whole country collectively having no taste. Can we speak back to that though? Like, do we have anything to say considering we had powdered wigs going on? And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? Didn't say we were better. True, true, true. Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Von Zeeks. Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. Can suggest it next time we meet. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. I see. Yeah, now you've pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So I mean, if you put a coin in here... That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So, if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes, if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Sure, the local beggars are thrilled about getting wine glasses. Well, they can use them to collect rain or something. This is a gas wall, right? A gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Wait, was rain during the Industrial Revolution mostly toxic rain? Or acid rain? Yes? Hey, maybe don't collect that. Now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garridet had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real-life fire anyway. It's so much cozier. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though? For the nightly Shakespeare performances. Why do we call it Shakespeare here, not Shamspeare? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. Also, back in the day, well, further back in the day, with actual Shakespearean theatre, the crowd was usually standing. Shakespeare lived 400 years before Sherlock Holmes, so this guy's in fact a sham. Well, yeah, but I feel like Shamspeare would fit better. Then you could practice your art every single day. Also, I think it's kind of funny that Shakespeare in modern day is something of a cryptid, and everybody has their own little conspiracy theories as to who he actually was, and oh, he was this because here's my evidence. No, that can't be it because of these things. It has to have been this. I'll think about it if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. No, Shakespeare was actually not just one person, it was a collective of people, all working under the pseudonym of Shakespeare, yada yada. If that would help you achieve your goal. Now this I have to see. Wait, what is that on the ground? What's this? Like a part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place perhaps when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter, or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet, here we have a torn off end of an envelope. Just strikes me as unusual. I agree. You'd better take this, just in case. More weird stuff. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Almost like they didn't have money to throw away. Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, and the person in question must have been right-handed. Susato? Perhaps someone's been reading too much of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never! Well, that's kind of trippy. This kind of has something of the which way of rotating things. I think we looked at everything. Time to leave. New location has been added. Royal Road. Jared's room. Prison. Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Gary Dad's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chips, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garrett as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more belly nonsense this morning. I wonder, you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrett? Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? We know what that stream is hiding now. The aftermath of a fiery altercation the other day. I suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now. Oh dear. This must be a very difficult situation for you. I'll say. People talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half. A rotten show all around. It's clearly Sid struggling with everything that's happened. Those enormous mortal ships, quite something, seeing them up close, isn't it? Did you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garrett? Oh, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. What are you doing firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me. Not surprised. A mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it? Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private. To put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display. Or does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments? I would be so repulsed at being compared to Mr. Jones. Good to see Mr. Garrett's Medal of Honor still proudly displayed on the wall. The inscription reads for distinguished participation, if you remember. Yeah, I remember. I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that. You'd really rather not? I think a lot of people would rather not be compared to him, at least not his IRL version. If somebody didn't know the guy, and only knew him from Iris's stories, and then they were like, oh, you're just like him. That's kind of a different story. But, you know. Devil May Care? What about Devil May Cry days? By the way, did the Devil May Cry team say anything of like possible new games? Or that maybe 5 was the last one? Or did they just leave it out in the open? Well, in the past, of course. And best left there. Best not, I want to know now. Haven't done anything at least? That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garrett? I guess that's fair. I feel like if a game like Devil May Cry or a new one would get announced, you'd hear about it at some sort of games event. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement badge. Not in active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the old thing if you wanted it. Well, it might suit Lord Von Zieks, perhaps. I think Lord Von Zieks' grip is better. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Mr. Sato. Very tactful indeed. There's a single apron drying on the enormous cannon-shaped clothes hook. Clothes horse hook? Cannon-shaped clothes horse. Whatever. I think the apron would suit Lord Von Zieks the best. A drying rack, that's a clothes horse. I figured, but it still sounds weird. Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. No, your girl and I just enjoy the peace and quiet of retirement together. He talks like it's a service dog. You know, we enjoy the peace and quiet of retirement, go on the occasional walks together in the park. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. A war going on that I don't know about. You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Gary Dad. Ah, that old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs. Is it Olive or her husband slash whoever the hell that other guy is? And oh my god, she has a key around her neck. It's all coming together. The chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return. I very well did not. A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent, eh? And yet it's still there, proudly on the wall. Shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast. Reminds me of the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? The experiences of a seasoned veteran. And we had us surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for. The whole belly company. We're taking a real pounding from their cannons, so all we could do was run for our lives. Oh, I thought that story was going in a different direction, actually. Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for. It's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. An impressive collection of cakes on the fence, on that fancy silver cake stand then. Pretty sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well. Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know. Time stood still? Now that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruto. Mind readers, Sato. Okay. Wait, can I present people to you? No. What do you got for me? Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Oh, well, the hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. So real and true of you, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. It's just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. The victim's name is Mr. Shakespeare, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shakespeare. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it. The only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a belly screw loose. So hard to choose which category Suzuki-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. I was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare! Read a few plays of the old bard and myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. What? Why is he just known as Sao? That's kind of weird. Seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Where would you change a historical name to begin with? I get that, you know, sometimes you change the name of cities and countries and so on, which is already kind of weird, but I also kind of understand it. But straight up changing somebody's name? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shakespeare would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruhodo, really, how rude. Am I just whispering? I thought the blue notes were me thinking. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, no, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Because Shakespeare assimilated into Japanese society so incredibly well, they gave him a Japanese name. What? When Shakespeare was just so popular over in Japan, they were like, fuck it, he's honorably Japanese now. He's one of us, actually. Essentially, that's crazy. The snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Garridat noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. That makes me curious, actually. If there's a difference between European taste or Western taste and Japanese taste in Shakespearean stories and plays. Like, what are their favorites and what are our favorites compared? Couldn't summon the energy for anything, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shakespeare got back. Now I got too many Shakespeares and Shakespeares in my head. The chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark here. Oh, thank you. It was very illuminating. But... is everything alright, Mr. Sato? How would he know that he didn't have the lights on if he had that candle still burning as they broke into the room? Wouldn't that candle have been lighting as well? Well, I was just thinking, it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garridat, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. So, how did you know about, the guy? What was it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. Oh! That's a very good point. Can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. This old man like to spy on his tenants, is that it? How would he, even then, how did he do it? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a fairly outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants, why would I? Well, you're also ex-military and you lied about your wife stabbing a guy. Which, yeah, it's your wife, but you were willing to throw one of your tenants under the bus for that. Then, how did you know, Mr. Garridat? It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas, it speaks to me. If I inhale it, I can see what the gas sees. The gas? Speaking gas. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. The hell is this tea they drink? Must be some really good tea. And there's like a 50-50. Either you start hearing the gas talk, or you just die and foam at the mouth. And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yeah, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously, the room would get brighter. Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? mightn't then? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen though? It sounds rather undesirable. Also, I don't see any gas lamps up here, just saying. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here, and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You got it. Oh, of course. Because when people come back home in the evening, and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put their lamps in... what? Do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh. That's fascinating, Mr. Garrida. Absolutely fascinating. Oh, well, nothing to it, really. And I can see that... I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is... why Mr. Gary Depp is so interested in what this tenant's up to in the first place. I think there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, I guess I won't drill him anymore. Unless I got something, but I don't think I do. Well, what's on the road? There always seems to be a bicycle outside of the Garradet residence. I read the bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? Yeah, it's a workout bicycle. I'm afraid that may be the result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. The Garradet household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's a bit of a slant. It's rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? Yeah, might have a hunch as to why Suzuki-san has such a hunched back. Does England get earthquakes? Genuine question, considering that it's kind of an island. With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garradet live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. We heard about this in the last game. Poor members of society filled in many of the windows, but the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Also, if you have more windows, you need to heat the room more, which is kind of bad if you already have to pay to win to don't die in winter. They do, but none that are particularly strong, usually. Okay, so kind of like the rest of mainland Europe. That is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. Of course, that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodations. It all seemed rather pointless when you put it like that. London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Everyone's talking about the great exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself. You think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? Well, it's an exhibition, no? Why wouldn't we? The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. Holy! And this time the British are determined to make it an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris Exposition. I see. That's an incredible number of people. Do these things still happen? Grand expositions? With so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. As always, the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo. Snowman. Why somebody built this snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? It's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels. Anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Honestly, I didn't know that British snowmen were 2-sectioned usually. The world fairs are still a thing. There's one in Japan right now. Well, time to buy a ticket and then buy another ticket. Okay, so is anybody anywhere, or what are we doing here? Right. This looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so he or she's probably running around the hospital then. I think it's for designing a sustainable future or something like that. Ooh. Oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. Imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. Okay, What times do they live in that if you just get a bit hungry, you just open the nearest bottle or container and down whatever's in there? No questions asked. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mr. Sato? Then you haven't experienced true hunger, my guy. Anybody around, or... Paris? That's an incredible concentration, that is. Really quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea. The blend there from the right top would be good for you, Runo. Oh, Aris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. Okay, no idea where Mr. Shirley Holmes is. Wrong thing. Hey, where am I supposed to be? He's the only guy I can talk to, so I guess I'll present some evidence to him. Yo, you know anything about these teacups? Can I show you this? It's been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time then. What about this? Okay, what does the game want from me? Am I blind? Do I not see a person somewhere? Did I miss a crucial piece of evidence? The corpse still being there is wild. Yeah, the fact that he was like, oh, can't touch anything until the coroner arrives, and then he immediately just dips and leaves us alone with this. The corpse and all the evidence. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window. Yeah. the windows bricked up? Yeah, it's seen some crazy stuff happening in here. Heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. The fact that somebody even came up with the idea that, oh yeah, we just tax people by window, and then other people agreed to it is also just insane to me. Wait, the bricks were just bars of soap? It's as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shakespeare? There's a little ledge. There's something on it. Okay, I guess we did it. It's cold outside. You can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? They don't even look snow-covered. It's small bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside of the window? I have no idea. To mask that the window was actually open, so somebody could have crawled outside there from a closed room. That's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. What's this? Look, yeah, that's so. Oh. Is that a penny? What is that? It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. Looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. Probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? And what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Okay, that was all I needed. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Inspector Gregson, our old nemesis. Back so soon. After I threw that little Japanese fella in the Kalinka, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Or dome. Oh, I see. Well, we better be leaving then. Oh, Mr. Natsumi must be feeling very low, being held back in the cell again so soon. What? Huh? Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor pariah. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? Not dealing with this anymore? I don't think we need to deal with this anymore, considering there was literally no crime or anything. So Mr. Natsume can just go free again and we're done for today. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day. What? Did he just get up to recite a verse and die for real? Fucking dead? What's going on here? No, the fella isn't dead at all! Wait, you didn't check his pulse or anything and nobody did that? What was that nonsense he was saying though? I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. The soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that was now. Okay, how do we even know that there was a crime? Like, maybe the guy just did it to himself. You know, maybe he self-medicated. Maybe we should just wait for him to get discharged from the hospital so he can make an actual statement. Whatever do you think will happen now? Honestly, nothing should happen now. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life? We don't even know if he was dead, actually. He was just declared dead. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. Exactly! Thank you, Susato, for once again being the voice of reason. Seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Suseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Excuse me? Could we have a word? Oh god. Yeah! Is he a bee? Is his name gonna be like B Line and he's a delivery guy? He just ran off. Feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too. I don't remember. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Well, off we go. Prison time. Time for Mr. Natsume to overact 10,000 days. And speak without progressing the conversation any further. Look, Mr. Naruto, he's Blair Witching us. Welcome, student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Oh, yeah? What is that? Tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes. He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But with this diabolic deduction, they are not of this world. They've left me. Cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you. Oh, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruto. You were heavily involved in the deduction too. Yeah, moving on. Here's some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsumi? It's terrible! Oh. I'm stuck in this cell, suffering for some silly, wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, that selfish shyster. Wake up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you are going to come back to life, why bother dying? He's so real for that. Wriggly, wishy-washy William. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shakespeare was never actually dead in the first place. Yes, that would make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh! Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shakespeare, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. I am a lawyer. Who do you think I am? Exactly. Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell. This guy's so annoying. But Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife on her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening at 9:30, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspire. So, you did go to the victim's room then? Yeah. I didn't do anything! I'd never been to this room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Garrett had said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening, at around 9 or just after. I took some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that I'd clearly been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? That's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet. Who was the stronger? The first anime trash talk debate? It was a delightful debate. Who'd win in a fight? Macbeth or Hamlet? Such a stimulating subject. Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, and so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspire's tea. No, never. Not at all. Team Juliet won. It was me. And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear it, categorically. Mr. Atsumi, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. Sure, I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me. They all laugh. I mean, God, there's foreigners all around you. That's because you're in a foreign land, my guy. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. Makes me scared to leave my room. Is he just Japanese Lovecraft with a bit less fucked up stories? Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then, 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. Why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent's cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? Is it because of the flickering lights? It 100% is, isn't it? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Only no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I don't like this guy, he's such a wimp. Yeah, he's really annoying to listen to. Like, the constant faces he makes and screaming around and... I don't know, man. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or Binkard? But after I moved on, I soon came to realize what I had done. I realized how horrible that room history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? The horrible history. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. I think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you. No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been a long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to that place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who died in that room would lean over me in my sleep, then try to strangle me. That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You think him being suffocated by spirits in his sleep is just his cat jumping on him and laying on his face? You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. You're right, I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. Probably also all this anxiety? Probably. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodations with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Ugh. Whew. Such a son knows how to make a man listen. Of course. Maester Land or Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You Mr. Gary Depp? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. I would buy a haunted apartment in a heartbeat. If the price is like so much lower. Ah, perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean, he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no. It's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me? Inspector Gregson. I couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh? Which you want to hear first? Don't tell me he died in the hospital. Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well in that case, the good news it is. Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. So what you even ask? Is it right? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. I'm sorry, no. It's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shamspear has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... Sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ah! By sweet poison that he seeketh out to end my life. That wickedest caitiff, Suzuki Natsume. So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be want to make the necessary preparations. No! Yeah, I'm also unhappy about that. I'd rather not have a whole Natsumi case again. And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dog in the Old Bailey. Whether this room was haunted, or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Next time on Ace Attorney. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. Seems to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning. Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, and somehow managed to prove he somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this. Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruto, I'm afraid we have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. What's the bad news? Oh dear. You heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. No, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baroque von Zeeks. The killer. The most legendary prosecutor in the land. Look at him styling. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Sasuke-san and died relentlessly. Of course, with the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dark when Lord Von Zeeks is the prosecutor. We have to retire that legend, by the way. We won so many times, and also the fact that we know Mr. Natsume goes to Japan and lives on. So this holds zero water here. Imagine he tried to kill the actor to blame Natsuki and get a second shot. That would be a crazy plot twist. But I'm guessing it's more like the actor killed somebody's brother or sibling in the lower part, and that's how they mysteriously died. And then somebody found out, or they knew all along, but it couldn't get proven in court, or well, it didn't even go to court, I guess. And then they took revenge by slowly but surely taking out the bricks in the window when nobody was looking, and then breaking in from there into the locked room, poisoning the guy, or maybe poisoning him from the inside, locking the room, and then walking out the window, one or the other. Oh no. That even if the person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. The man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal right here in the Old Bailey. Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by devil, or cursed by evil spirits and now the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially. If it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone know. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. And this promises to be a harder battle, I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That is not bad news. It's probably for the best, yeah. Oh. If you were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Von Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said. I swear on the sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh yes. So it's mostly the same guys in the jury. In the name of a Queen Majesty, the Queen Majesty, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, well, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just my imagination, it's really there. Lord Von Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet, now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese as a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? For being randomly chosen, it's even crazier that it's usually mostly always the same people. Absolutely. I had a feeling this Larkin wasn't innocent before. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my head refuses to set right. Oh, well, I'd rather like how we are wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Using the same jurors is an American level move. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, they the road show us all the light here, and lead has flocked to a righteous verdict. Somehow the religious old man that doesn't even know where he is scares me the most out of all of them. The British jury system is so very different from our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge you can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London, chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. The prosecution draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zieks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of this neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Witnesses, names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Boyce Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Oh, it's Susuke Natsumi from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume... Yes... There's too many voices. Yes, my lord, sir? I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. That you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again? I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I wanted to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrett household, where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare. The defendant was already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed on his floor as a result of poisoning by strychnine? 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 What kind of poison is that? Was found the following morning when the landlord suspected something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lords. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. It's a very bitter neural toxin made from a kind of nut. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspiel, lives to tell the tale. He very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. First officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Wait, we get a colored photographic print? High tech. Holy, look at that. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that that's exactly what he was. It's crystallized normally, but can be easily dissolved in liquids. So it's kind of like sugar. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Let's check our evidence locker, shall we? Yes. Yes! The structure is more like crack? Okay. Why did we take this thing out? What is it, Mr. Naruto? This was soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn was some sort of round disc in the depression just here. A reddish one. Wait a second. Whatever that red stuff was, I'm guessing it melts at room temperature. So, I'm guessing these bars of soap have been completely encased in it to look like bricks, put into the window, and then when somebody put on the heater, it melted them so you could get outside. It's terrible for murder. It's so bitter you can taste it if there's even a single crystal in an entire glass of water. Holy moly. So your body would just reject it immediately? Also, what kind of crazy person tested that out? What kind of crazy person was like, okay, how much do we need to dilute it so it doesn't get noticed by a human anymore? Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now, the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious. What's haunted? My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. It's pretty easy to counteract. Just eat some active coal and induce vomiting. You're fast enough, so like 1 minute, you're perfectly fine. Otherwise, however, there's also an antidote. It's a natural poison as well. Killed Mr. Natsumi how? Even on that fateful night it happens, when I returned from Mr. Shamsfly's room. Symptoms include foaming at the mouth, cramps, shortness of breath, and spasms. Can it be used in small dosages to inflict pseudo-death? Because stuff like that exists, right? Drugs that can induce like a fake death state. Lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. In fact, it's on doping lists because at really low dosages, it acts as a doping agent. Okay, interesting. I feel like that's gotta be a very, very hard edge to walk down. Like, if you misdosage it even slightly, ignoring the whole death part, you don't get improved performance, but you get muscle cramps instead. One of the most well-known poisons. I thought I knew the name, I just don't know how to pronounce it. But I also don't know any of the stuff that you told me, to be honest. Also, I don't know when nature would find it. I swear, officer. Whoever died with that poison near me, it wasn't me. But it's so cold. My runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? And why is my existence so cursed? Used to be rat poison, that's how most people know it. If I have a reasonably clear picture of events, I was kind of shocked when I saw like rat traps IRL, just, you know, in public. I was grocery shopping once and in the bushes near the parking lot, there was just a rat trap with a fat sticker on it that was like, "This is a rat trap. Do not move or remove. This is property of the city." Fuck right off. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. I don't know what kind of voice to give the judge. Unfortunately, the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, has regained consciousness after this ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order! Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Suseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Atsume, what have you to say to this accusation? And that evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shenspire's room as a gift. The tree the poisonous seeds come from is also called cross-eye tree or Krähenaugenbaum, because the fruit looks like a crow's eye to an extent. It's also actually a berry and not a nut. It's native to Southeast Asia. Hold on. Now I want to see that. Get me... Oops. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea ever again. Hold on, hold on. Why is It's telling me that it's a medicinal herb. I feel a bit crazy to say this, but I don't see the crow's eye here. They look like, well, not really like mushrooms, but kind of. You can use the medicine for like 1,000 years. Oh, when the fruit goes red, that's kind of a crazy look though. Oh, that's the seeds that the picture was about. They look like oranges, the fruits at least. Okay, hold on. I wanna... You get it if you're in a weakened state to help with your... what's the name again? Your heart, blood pressure, all that jazz. Your constitution. And to help with, or to induce hunger? Oh well, there's a lot going on here. I don't want to read it all now. Something the dosage makes the poison and all that. Kinda, but also I feel like that thing is a bit like pufferfish, you know, not really worth it to mess around and find out. The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've had before. I also have a morbid curiosity about poisons, in case it wasn't obvious. Actually, it wasn't obvious. I could have sworn you weren't really into the whole poison ordeal. Based on yesterday. No, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon the witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objections. Although like poisons in principle, they're interesting. It is kind of interesting to see just what reactions some tinctures and poisons have with the human body. Just going with really basic stuff like alcohol, I think it's interesting that you can induce so much alcohol that you completely wipe your brain's memory bank. You just black out and your brain creates no memories anymore. Interesting how a dosage so small can't even see it is enough to kill an entire human in minutes. And then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. There's also a lot of animals like that in Australia, who would have guessed, that induce some small type of poison in you, and then it's just a countdown before you completely shut down, because for some reason Australia is just full of animals and plants that have neurotoxins in them. You're so on some kind of list? Yeah, don't worry. You just have to use the poisons that can't be traced easily. So that way you're always safe. Australia's just the devil's playground. I think I've sent some shorts of the guy before. He makes a lot of videos about all the creepy crawlies around Australia, and also some plants. And recently I've gotten an old short that I watched again about a plant that just had basically like a nettle. Has a bunch of barbs, but the barbs are made of silicon, so your body doesn't decompose them, and they just stay in your body until you accidentally break them, and then it just hurts all over again. It's kind of insane, just how fucked up nature down there grew to be. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. There's a plant that hurts you for like 8 months straight if you so much as touch it. It might be the same plant. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine. How do you pronounce that? Strychnine?
Strychnine.
Strychnine. Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, it all seems relatively straightforward if you ask me. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. It's absorbed fast, but it takes a bit to take effect. A slow burn, if you will. So if somebody goes to leave, you can just give it to them and then they die somewhere completely else. Mr. Natsume claims this tea to have been harmless, presumably though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? It's so very basic. Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Because somebody stole the cups, maybe? Whoopsie. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should be doing? My learned Japanese friend is falsely incensed. You're evil. You just wash your hands with tainted water and shake their hand. When it gets absorbed through the skin. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea. Not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Well, what about the residue at the side? Everyone ends up touching their lips with their hands. Okay, but would residue remain on your hand and then transfer enough to kill them? I feel like you'd have to have a lot diluted in that water at that point, and when they touch their lips at that point, they would probably wince away because it's so bitter. Would make for a nasty night. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. Hmm. You know what would be diabolical? A laced condom. Brother, what are you thinking about here? Also, you know, a laced condom kind of seems like a double risk. What if that thing breaks? Then you're just, well, literally fucked. May have an active imagination. The lack of examination notwithstanding. It appears nothing about the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I feel like, why even be so, you know, why do such a roundabout way? You could just put it on some food. Or maybe in some ice cream, so the bitterness gets masked by the extreme sweetness. No, actually, since the poison gets absorbed by slime tissue and not skin, the guy would probably be fine. I might be crazy here, but isn't the inside of the guy also slime tissue? I mean, isn't that how STDs gets transferred both ways? Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it on their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. There's a tip to dicks, right? Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but dicks aren't just a solid piece of plastic like dildos or silicone that are closed off at the top with a suction cup at the bottom. Just have foreskin? What the fuck do you think foreskin does? You think you can just pull that shut like a hoodie or something and nothing comes through anymore? What are you on about? If foreskin were that, you know, watertight, then you wouldn't even need condoms if you had foreskin. It would be funny. Listen, would it be funny? No doubt about it. Is it realistic? I mean, I don't think so. I think, actually, that might be a medical issue if it's that tight that nothing goes through anymore. You might need to visit a doctor. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. I think they're just jealous of your outfit. We choose to hear Zeke's input first. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Could you imagine how fucked up the world would be if STDs were only transmittable one way? What a nightmare. Seems like he's familiar with Moses. Okay, I think we're moving on now. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. Hold it! I mean, listen, you can keep talking about... I'll just focus on the case for now, though. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? No! We weren't friends. Not at all, not at all! Great, dig your grave deeper. It's no fun if you're monologuing. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't read it. Ever. Ever. Simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. Okay, asshole. Fuck off, maybe. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume? That was the day... Wrong guy. It was the day of my last trial, when I was acquitted. I'd just arrived back at my lodgings. The English can't understand those. When I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside on the street, and that was around 6 o'clock. I still will maintain my position that some literature that is considered classic is just straight up garbage. You know, just because it's old doesn't mean that it's good. Maybe it was good at the time, but we've evolved since then. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intents? He did have some banger insults. I'm sorry, who? Shakespeare? Well, okay, I'm not shit-talking Shakespeare literature. Shakespeare actually does have some good stuff going on. I more meant so classic literature in general. Like, yeah, there's some good stuff there, but there's also a lot of real snoozers. Simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. We had a heated debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Hold it! Shakespeare is one of those people where every story feels beyond the basic because it was copied so much. I mean, yeah, also most of his stories were plays, so they kind of had to follow a similar popular structure from back then. It's not like he was writing, you know, a different genre every time. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works. I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? Ah, a very trustworthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Was stronger. I want Zeeks to slam the desk and be like, obviously Romeo. And just start debating him here. What the hell do you mean, who was stronger? Well, they had the first weep debate. Who could beat whom? Who has the higher power level? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. Mercurio was the strongest character, he actually killed a guy. Mercurio had to get nerfed. It was too powerful for the canon of the story. And so we battled it out in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. Greco-Roman. What? Well, Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such an old contest. So, when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He is Romeo and I is Juliet. And after a vigorous Welsh tussle, I as Juliet came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. And Mercurio straight up told Romeo to shut the fuck up in Act 1. I don't know, I've never read Romeo and Juliet. I think we've been over that. That we, in school, never read the classics of Shakespeare because the teacher was bored of it and was like, you know, everybody knows these stories, we'll read, like, other... Well, we did technically read Macbeth, which is one of the more basic ones, but... The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? Speaking of Macbeth, which of the three witches was the most powerful? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. You've never read Macbeth? It's kind of a funny story, really. Well, as funny as paranoid mass murder gets. I had heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. That can be pretty funny. Oh, it was kind of amusing. It's true, there was no sign of tea leaves in the man's room. Macbeth is basically paranoid mass murder with the old Greek style of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Hamlet, for example, is so schizo he talked to a skull for half a scene. The classic. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless. Of course it was. Much Ado About Nothing is basically the old version of Frank gone wrong, gone sexual. That Skull went on to become an enemy in Castlevania. That's just how the Skeleton King... just a skeleton kicking its own head? Really? And do you have any basis for that statement, Witness? It's called Yorick? Okay. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think a fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. Wait, I think I figured it out. How do I... You see the color of this? It's the same color as the bricks. I think the poison might have been frozen around the soap blocks. And then put into this. By heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. Confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 at night. And how was the landlord able to attest to us? Yeah, there was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Gary Depp seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamspire's room. I know that for certain. So, he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim was confirmed that to be the case, yes. Has confirmed that to be the case. I'm right. My tea was harmless, completely harmless. Maybe the murderer was Miss Olive Green because her husband is dead already and he was the guy that... You know, he's confirmed that he lived downstairs. Maybe he was the original victim. If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that. Not that simple, I'm afraid. Oh, what do you mean? Actually not correct. Strychnine? I forgot it already. Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner, I was speaking to her at the yard about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, ramping up in stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. But there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison was ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. You know what's really nasty? Nervous... what are they called again? Nerve toxins, basically, that induce necrosis. They really like poisons in this one? True. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. You've seen those? Those are vile? Yeah, it's... really messed up. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny that. And it further degrades Suzuki-san's alibi. I wish one Zeeks would degrade me. Have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. That spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. How would the medical report know that? Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer, it obviously mentions the poison as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Long? Cause of coma. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 AM on 21st of February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch, that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. So the poisoning happened at 1 o'clock and then at 1:30 it hit him. No container for the poison was found at the scene. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after as a guest left. The argument still stands. The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsumi has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, and so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Exactly. Yeah. Me and my tea are innocent, sweet and innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is also slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank their tea. As long as you did that, Mr. Shamspire could have locked the door after you'd gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger. That came after the tea. Do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot. Oh god, I'm just like him. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer there's guilt in the matter. No. That's the extent of their testimony, isn't it? I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. This outfit is fucking fire. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to the testimony. It's going around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor. A heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room around 11. Well, if he left around 11, then he couldn't have poisoned the guy, right? Yeah. Unless, you know, they're like, oh, well, you know, maybe he just had the tea sitting there from when you arrived at 9 o'clock to fucking 1 AM at night and didn't drink a single sip. Couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. Victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Wrong.
Objection!
The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector. Come again. I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. A chrono what? What are you on about? Dude, he yelled so loud, he gave Natsumi PTSD. According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen into it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? The idiot synced up. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Von Zeeks? Oh shit, he's pouring wine, it's over. His signature move. You gonna throw it in the flames? Pray forgive the discourtesy of my mind. If my mind has wandered. Sorry, this shit's so boring I couldn't concentrate. uh, I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? Okay, and a way to shatter illusions. But my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Phantom blood? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying, there's nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, there was such a long gap. There may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Consul? Well, maybe somebody else visited him, I don't know. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. From someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Consul?
Objection!
Mr. Shamsawyer has categorically denied suicide. The idea can be, and must be, discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. To what ends? Where he's giving us the silence treatment. He's just fucking aura. He's just standing there. The fact that he can say the victim has denied suicide is kinda nutty. Something wrong, Lord Von Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. So, okay, he also has vampire hearing. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. You know, it's a little unfortunate, and I know that I'm brain rotted, but I can't look at this guy and not think of a horse. The only difference is the horse wears this outfit but in orange. Tium Opera O. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shakespeare, my lord, alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. He also kind of has a more slender face of one of the first OG Ace Attorney trials, the Mr. American man that just punches you and goes like, haha, I say it's self-defense. He's so poisoned himself. Yeah, he probably just got too into Romeo and Juliet and now he's too bashful to admit it. Too ashamed. But no, I still think he murdered Olive Green's husband or whoever that's going to turn out to be. And then she took revenge. Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woes. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. He probably is pointing the finger at Suzuki instead of her, because if he would accuse her, then she would just be like, oh, we're going this route? Well, he actually killed this person, and then he would go down as well, even though he technically got away with it the first time. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. This pose is so... Huh? Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. Who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. He looks familiar. He was here somewhat near the beginning, but he was also there in the first game, in the same case as the actor guy. Also for just a brief second. A writer of words so sweet, thy dear scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, of the composer of the earth. And the unrivaled poet, of the unmatched scribe, William Wait, he calls himself Shakespeare here. I wonder if that's a typo or if that's... Okay, nobody's calling him out on it, so I'm guessing that's another autocorrect issue. With a great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man. Okay, maybe it wasn't. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle. William Shakespeare. Okay, yeah, okay, never mind. He's just gassing up the real Shakespeare. My name's Meter Man. Adorn B. Meter Man. Adron. I get the B, but what is Adron? Oh, Adron B. Meter Man? I work for the Altamont Gas Company. East End branch office. That's a stretch? How is that a stretch? Male worker bees are drones, so he's a drone. A drone. The pun they made? Oh, okay. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yeah, she's right. It's him! Oh, Will, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Suzuki-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me? Could we have a word? Why are we recalling the entire scene? Yeah, we spotted him outside of Mr. Garridett's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shamspeare, you're the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell. Do you command me to remember? Oh, that sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph. Yeah, they gotta be on drugs right now for their writing. An angel indeed. Honestly amazed Zeke's never blows a gasket with these people. Yeah, that was honestly some of the best moments with Edgeworth when the people in the stand, the witnesses, just went off completely against him or just remembered something that they didn't tell him and he completely loses it. Thus, be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. And actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously. I mean, I'd get it for this guy, you know, the guy that looks like he's from the Alps. Because he came in and was like, "May God have mercy on your soul, for I shall not." Thank you, witness, for your illuminating introductions. But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspeare doing here? The gasman, I mean? What? Me? Well, no, allow me to enlighten my learned friends. You recall, I presume, your early impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And, moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. I'm actually here to deliver the judge's gas bill. What? Jail! He's just here to complain that Zeke's constantly throwing wine at the gas lamps, which just kind of fucks with the system. What? No, I didn't quite say that. Come on. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hang on, no. I'm just here. I mean, what is a chin stroker? Is that just somebody that makes you think, or...? Is there any meaning there? I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. But may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. Just the pose he does? Oh, okay. I thought maybe there's some old-timey meaning behind it. That kind of teetered out of relevance. The wintry night of my... That just reminded me of yesterday. Absolute innocence. Yeah, I stabbed her. I still can't get over that. It was some peak writing. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink. When he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in a freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. Why? No one else visited his room but that short little round black decent fella. Round back, not round black. Wait, what'd you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shams by his room all night? That's right. Of course the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So, spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. Why? The question, sir, is why? God! Well, no, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is this man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. What you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And, as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out the crime. Oh my gosh! Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. I think there's gonna be like 15 more, at least. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This fucking pose, man. Like, that is default. The snow lay about. My neighbor did come in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. He's so punchable.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? No, indeed, sir. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means the discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experimentation boat. I dare not imagine the scene. Realty, thy name is a woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I heard of the Eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but never did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maid. Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. I believe God has had enough about your earth-shattering literary debates. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But Mary, bitter was this evening. Let me stop you there. So Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Honestly, this is kind of a nice I see Fortnite emoting. I could just keep watching this. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, the 3-hour window of time, you wasn't looking for 3 seconds. He keeps doing it. Gladly. It's an easy cause. What? I did drink the tea not while my guest midst tarried, but after he took leave of me. So the great boss screamed. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but 1 hour post midnight. Verily, were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, it's quite ordinary, sire, after all. Towards recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'll be no time for fiery tea. And Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare in summary. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. It was the stupid lover of words that attempted to shuffle me off this immortal coil. Ugh, we all know what he means. It was the tea alone that passed my lips that let out, not else.
Hold it!
So, didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Fie on luxury, fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? would that my belly were full. No more. Yeah, this guy has the craziest poses. Just say you're poor. I would that my belly were full. No more often the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence, is it that there doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine art? That would appear to be the case, as if no rodent was found starved to death in your room. What the hell? Asmongold just kept their dead rat around? Now that I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? And what's the next meal? Free protein. I don't recall seeing a single play of script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right, I wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold that night, keeping an eye on this room.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact. Are we actually going to yap about this a third time? Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. He's still saying bricked up. A few bricks loose, weren't there? I guess those bricks were a bit limp, they weren't bricked up. And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman. After the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. Then we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. We be sure of that. The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. What if he just threw it up the gap in the window? Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you. It really was. Can't argue with the logic. No one else visited this room but that short little round-backed Eastern fellow.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern, but you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many are short little round-backed knees with a mustache? Do you think there are in London? Turns around, puts on a fake mustache. There's two now, bitch! Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shakespeare drink tea together? No, sorry, couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was a silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. You can see well enough to be like he wore a dress, but you can see somebody lifting a cup to their face. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. Oh, I see where this is going. Sounds like the windows aren't the only things that were bricked up that night. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose. What are these writers doing? Living their best life, apparently, and studying up on good ways to poison people. That was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle. Why are you calling it the championship battle? This reads like the top of Lovers' War. Mr. Man, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? He has a really wobbly chin. No question. Gasmet's honor. Who's holding it? Who has evidence as to the contrary? What? My lord! Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes! I wish you understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another. I wonder if there's a time limit on this, you know? If the jury could technically, as soon as the trial is officially started, be like, okay, we came to the conclusion, guilty/not guilty. If they have to hear at least, like, each side once before they go in. That you've reached an unanimous decision. Too right, we have. You're with me. Yes! Do you hope they can't just go guilty in 5 minutes? Wait, no. The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. No, you weren't. I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure you're the guy that hates me for no reason. Especially after you identified those few hours that allowed the accursed leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. He hates you because we exposed his fraudulent banking schemes? Was that him? Honestly, the guy that I miss the most on this jury is the international criminal with his pet mouse. The international terrorist. Yo! Welcome in, Synaptic Senpai. How you doing? How are you guys? Remember that ridiculous top hat? I mean, I remember his looks, but I don't quite remember why he hated us. Wait, was it his banking schemes? Didn't he have like debt or something that we exposed? With the Hatter guy from the very first case? In the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. And since that's how... And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, but don't take 5 bob home with me tonight. The miss will blow me up. Oh, what's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Oh, he doesn't... He didn't hear anything, but he's just willing to kill a guy? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
I kind of want one of these one day to just horribly miss, land on the judge's head and burn away his little wig. One of you. Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. You should just introduce that one of them needs to be sacrificed for the guilty verdict to count. Yeah, if they accuse or unanimously accuse somebody of being guilty, and then it turns out they weren't guilty, they just never get to come back again. That would clean out the seats so easily. Or they have to do like an hour of community service. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty be punished. Get up, Mr. Naruto, please. The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Miss Susato? Oh right, new game, so we have to re-explain the whole Uno reverse mechanic. What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations, remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here, in a British court of law, we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors. We can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Oh, he doesn't get to push up his armband because I switched the costume, sorry. I was like, what's he doing? Whatever it takes. I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. I'm not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit. You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend, instead of accepting the truth. Certainly, no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. I was just about to ask how we even here because I remembered that we are not allowed in court anymore, but I forgot that this is a flashback. I was like, wait a second. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. What about if I slip them a crisp £5 bill? We're not allowed in court because of whatever happens here. I don't think so, because technically this happened before the final case of the first game, no? This happened a day or two after the Natsume case, which was the second to last case. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. This is just a secret trial that has some hidden detail in it that exposes the shadow government of Japan and the UK. Somehow, somewhere. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination as outlined by the Encyclopedia of British Law. What a sentence! It's kind of like explaining Yakuza. It sounds completely out there, but it's the most reasonable thing in universe. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? It's like explaining the DDS2 plot. Even the DDS1 plot would be wild to explain. Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we are ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. How many do we need to convince again? 2 or 3 people? I think we need 3. I think we need a majority to change their minds. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Sorry, what makes him noble? Well, I do declare, the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. He's not wrong, or she's not wrong. I don't see what reason he would have to just lie. What makes him a man? Only a man as manly as him would wear spandex and then wrestle with another man wearing a dress. Come on now, that's basic knowledge. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese! Stoops all in while, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least. I really don't care, like, I just need this right. This guy, what? Could we not select another rando? Maybe somebody that actually has time on his hands? 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all. I hate these people. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It seemed that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamsphere is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. He does have some crazy dance moves, you know, I can't fault them. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. Are we actually saying he's a witch? Can you imagine they just randomly bring in actual witchcraft into the Ace Attorney universe? I've pleaded with the jury on Suzuki-san's behalf before and it worked. So, you never know. Before we begin, I somehow need to prove that he's not an upstanding citizen, but I don't know how to do that. What do you mean, bring? They have possession of as a job? Or possession as a job? Oh, right. I guess that is technically witchcraft, isn't it? Or magic. I don't know, I thought that's just a natural skill that some people have. I don't know. I've never been to Japarica. United States of Japan. Might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. Well, you're still very new to British law, after all. That's true, I suppose. And Susika-san's fate is entirely in my hands now. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder. Should I let her talk me through it again? You know what? I remember it, but let me hear you, yeah. Look at how happy she is that she can that she can let her law autism out. Alright, so if you remember, the key to changing the jurors' minds is the thing that they say themselves. Yes, it's coming back to me. First, it's important to listen very carefully to each juror's statement. Then, if it sounds as though one of the statements might contradict another, I have to pit the corresponding two jurors against each other to prove one or the other of them wrong. Okay, so I asked for her to explain it, only for me to start mansplaining it back to her. Yes, that's right. In many ways, it's very similar to a normal cross-examination. Alright then. All that remains now is to do it. If I remember correctly, the cross-examination or the summation examination music was kind of nice, no? The dude in the background. The defense's rebuttal. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man, and straight up, there's no reason to doubt the man. Could you tell me more about why you think he's a noble man? Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Oh shit, he Uno reversed me. He's many things, but definitely not straight. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume's no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man. That Japanese man's tea, I mean. When you take the gasman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. A Freudian slip by the witness, or the jury. Well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank. I'm a gentleman, with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, Your Honor, I plead xenophobia. I don't think he would care. I think he would be like, correct, guilty. I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same, isn't that right? Well, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening. Eh? What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know? You have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all of this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. That would be so funny. Technically, yeah. But also, for us, hell no. We already have enough xenophobic people in this courtroom. We don't need the judge to also get on their side. Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Alright. You can show me that the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Hold it!
Why? You're saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. Maybe she's not all wrong. She got her point. Well, she got more than one point. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there. We can just kill him? Yeah, we could just stop defending him. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese.
Hold it!
No. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he's fishy. There's no point dancing around the facts. He's Japanese. He has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps like a waltz, in fact. So, being Japanese means being guilty by default? All Japanese are criminals? You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. Peak imperialism? But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? When he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh. That's another 3 steps. Oh, this really does seem more like... Hey, you just repeated 2 steps. Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. But no.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. What are you... what? Huh? We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. Are you okay, lady? I'm sorry you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. I feel like there's a conflict of interest here, with the witness from their company being an employee and she being the wife of the owner. Did conflicts of interest exist back then? I mean, I guess not, but... You don't say? First time, I know. Good gracious. Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. Last time he was accused, he had his landlord in the jury. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office will be first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. Sekai Ichi. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, he bowed in defense of his employer's wife, did he? So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching that Mr. Shamspear was up to, what Mr. Shamspear was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths of the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudster. You said Sekaiichi, and he started stretching. You also thought he was going to go there? I was also a little afraid that he might go a little too crazy with his arm. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we are very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspear is? I wouldn't come out and say it in public. Holy bee umbrella. Oh, she's the queen bee. Okay, I get it. I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You've noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of a man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? Ma'am, your taste is horrendous, but thanks for the ammo. But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around on you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in the Altamont gas explosion. She just threatened domestic terrorism to deal with the one guy stealing from her. So, Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. I wondered, Juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. Yeah, but I still want to hear the rest. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality is a cum thief of my company's gas.
Hold it!
She's kind of spicy. I do like how she just does not care. She's like, I can't say these things in public, but if you want me to finish that sentence, I would say I would explode the guy. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish last. That's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was... Wait. It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? Wait. Derby? It was a dead cert. That's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings like, oh god. But then, that hopeless old mayor went and did the unthinkable. That stupid finish last. Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let me get this business lie down. Just give it up. I think if this drags out much longer, the next case we'll have is his wife being accused of murder. No, that's not going to happen. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir? You probably shouldn't let him leave the building ever. I mean, he's been here for so long, you might as well just make a home here. Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do. At 5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you? Huh? What's that now? I said you're an early riser. Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night? Huh? What's that, dear? Only 3 hours of sleep each night! That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time, like I said. It's not much, is it? This really isn't helpful. Conversely, if you are unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to adjudication. Somehow or other, I have to turn this trial around. Alright, so I pit you against her.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Here comes the music. Good gracious. Those two statements, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. Eh? What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, you claim to be a noble, straight-up man. In fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true. We don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation was already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1. Say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamsprayer was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Ah, well, yes. Now that we've found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, I'm perfectly honest. I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So this means your recap of your points. That would suit me down onto the round. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. So just go innocent. If everybody goes innocent, then you win. You can also go home. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruto. Victory! Order. Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue. You've spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare. He's shivering at his timbers. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they're unable to trust you, the victim. Was he doing the 3 monkeys? But your gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God, amend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Ay, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartedly, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am necessary, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. God, you flowery mouth, pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. If in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the courtroom thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no, but I thought the jury needs to declare one or the other for the judge to rule. The judge can just say, fuck him. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue this point further.
Objection!
Objection! I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes. Dick's already seething in the corner. Wait, can you imagine it wasn't actually strychnine, it was just gas poisoning because it filled the air because he fucked up while trying to siphon it? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds of suspecting him? That's right, we do, don't we? Worker. Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor. Very well then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Is this how the whole shadow government stuff? The company that controls all the gas in England has some weird stuff going on here, and that's why the case gets swept under the rug. Whoa! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Ooh, it's gonna sting. You mark my words. So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clearest Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Sounds like he ate the gas. Do you think that's why his chin is so inflated? He keeps like spare gas in there? Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Soto? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Stop bullying him. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept ruppenny bits, each coin, giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room, it didn't have a single coin in it. The lady has some mad drip. I do like her fluffiness. The umbrella, though, I don't know about that one. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Disturbed by the umbrella-looking Fluffy? Right. Forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hollowed chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Von Zix? Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and our Eastern Island nation, and your Eastern Island nation, is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Wait, okay. Just straight into the crowd? Do what you will. You like how Zeke's is an asshole, but at least he's an asshole to everyone? He's an asshole to everyone, and he's, you know, usually being an asshole about very correct stuff. You know, ignoring the racism. He's usually just pointing out obvious stuff that you can't really talk back against. You can't rebuke it. Because you know he's right. Lord Von Zix appears to be in a violent mood. Yeah, he does. An attempted poisoning, and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder... The truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step to uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent.
Hold it!
So, does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. I did try to catch people when they're in. Then I asked permission to come inside and do my business. That mean you've been to Mr. Natsume's room before as well as that of Mr. Shamspears? Well, no, interesting you should bring that up, as I couldn't believe how little money was in this meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winters beyond me. Knowing Mr. Natsume probably spends all his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman? Not much to say really, but as you wish. Common gas meters accept rupees bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
Hold it!
So, all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And everyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So, if a 3p coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that usually, if they have both gas lights and gas stove, that is. But Suzuki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company. The design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks! It's been pinching gas of us for ages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it? Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-toothed comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamsphere Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of threepence pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? You what, mate? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. Pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. What if he's just too poor to afford gas? Well, I'm guessing they know where gas goes and where it doesn't. They can probably see how much gas goes there at night, and then they can deduce that 3 different people use it. Do you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jimmied open anywhere. Not a single sign. What's happening to my salary as a result? Don't pay 3 shillings a day. That's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. I mean, what if you just pick the lock? Picking locks really isn't that difficult. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Right here. Can I take a look at it? No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing. I don't know why the judge was for it, but I'll take it. Meter that dispenses gas for a set time after a coin is inserted. It sports a very strong lock, developed especially with Mr. Shamspire in mind. Would you look at that green substance? It's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to set up and were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. There's a hole in the bottom? Hold on. Mr. Naruto, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would. You know, you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? It's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Is there a hole on the bottom? There is indeed a hole on the bottom. Oh, what's... You spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here. There's a little hole, you see? Oh goodness, you're right. But personally, I don't think that's large enough to get a coin out there. You should become a defense attorney. What a very neat hole, isn't it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspire? Possibly. Seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. Yeah, and there's no way a coin would fit through there. That's true, but even so, seems more than a little suspicious. Now, what could he have used that for? Maybe he had a foldable coin. It's so weird to move around. Can I really not look at that green beeswax thing? I guess not. Maybe using a small tube to siphon gas through the hole? I don't know. Where would he put the gas then? Also, doesn't the gas come into these tubes and then into the big one? Isn't the small one exclusively to collect the coins? This side thing here? You have no idea how this thing works? I think these pipes are set up to like where it comes in and where it distributes it to all the appliances in the room. And then it just fills in here and measures through this. Sorry, I can't really rotate this pretty well. And then here you insert the coins, they get collected here. That's why it has the lock and the beeswax seal. I think you just made the beeswax seal with soap bars. Or remade it. But I don't know what this is for. Wait, no, I know what it's for. You wanna hear it? You wanna hear my crackpot theory? I think you'll understand what I'm thinking of if I show you again. He made his own coins out of wax or something similar. Then he put them in the thing, melted them down, they dripped out of the bottom, and then he just put them back in. And that's why he had the soap blocks on the rim, so they would freeze from the cold outside. Can't believe that wouldn't leave any remains. I mean, they might leave remains on the inside, but you can probably scrape that away. On the outside at least. And if you make it hot enough, the wax would probably just... I don't know. Go away on its own. Or maybe the company was like, oh, maybe that's just the wax from our seal. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Ugh. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Hold it!
There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get a hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened. Oh, how? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain? Well, no. In order to empty your meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see. A seal? Like the sort of thing you'd put on an envelope, you mean? Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal. Now, In the case of Mr. Shamspear's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. But the seal hadn't been broken either. So that would mean Mr. Shamspear somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it. That's also why there's this wet spot right here. Wait, maybe it's not wax that he's doing it, that he's using and constantly Wait. I have multiple ideas here. Hear me out. It was suicide. Because he's using his weird little... I don't know if he's using the Straconite or whatever. Maybe the Straconite is actually in the soul? No, that can't be it. Regardless. He's using tea, I think, instead of actual wax. And that's then frozen, and then it drips out onto this. And he accidentally drank out of the wrong cup as he was carving into the soap. Perchance. And that's why he keeled over, and then he was like, ah shit, I can't really admit to it being suicide. It would seem so, but that would be impossible. What a moron. I mean, that's what I think so far. That he is in fact just a bumbling idiot. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thief, then what is? How do you know that he's being using gas, though? Well now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times, and every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. The middle of the winter, and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says, "Get thee to a nunnery." Hamlet, indeed. I could wring the bloke's neck and get all hot under the collar, but still. Every time I open up that flamin' meter, it's empty. It's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice? But somehow... how can Mr. Shamspear possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. Simple explanation is right before your eyes. What? A toast to you eventually realizing that the gas man could be an accomplice. You what? Good lord. Eminently plausible indeed. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, please, let him hurt me. I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you took our pay by the same amount. So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense. Perhaps it's a case of losing a battle to win the war. No. Not gonna stir up any hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished. It would seem there's no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim. Because Mr. William Shamspear is innocent. Pray, forgive if that shatters some illusion, and my learned Nicholas friend was clearly under. He so just said that because he was bored. Yeah, I can see it. They're intimately correct. Actually.
Objection.
Lady Altamont, I am afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away. They've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. You've been over and over it and missed the clear crack at the bottom. In that case, what do you have to say about this small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Oh, what? Maybe he's a blind bee. You're right. You're quite right. There's a hole. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear recently opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of detail? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it's dismantled, how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is the threepenny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, as you see. Other coins just won't fit. I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter of and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit. We didn't finish yet. I don't know how to continue this. Or conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well. We thought of that though. Anyway, if I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, as guess men do. Live for them. It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Wahoo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Altamont all the way. That is quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is this 2 centimeter measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on. Do I know the radius of the hole? Can I look at the hole again? Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on the inside, about 2 centimeters across. Hmm. 3/4 of an inch. Do you think maybe the poison was in there, like mixed in there, to make it heavier? I don't know if that's like part of it, but maybe. Otherwise, why not just use a normal liquid, normal water or something? We did find this soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes. Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? It'd be kind of funny if the tea was actually just contaminated. If that turns out to be the truth, that would actually be hilarious. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. I mean, should I? I don't see the point, but sure, why not, you know? How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps, rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Wahoo! Yeah, nothing leaks from the Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. I see. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. All joints on the meter are welded shut and the lock is made of solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. Oh, did I have to say that she needs, or that I wouldn't want to press the other part, so she takes the whole 2 centimeters thing in? I guess not. Oh, he's using the flaming gas he wants.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried? Oh yeah, they tried. But they've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is it welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter that... Oh, so that's okay. I can switch between the two. Bonk. do you know that he's been using gas, though? Oh wait, I asked this already? Come on, stop yapping. We got a court case to settle here. God damn it.
Objection!
Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit, is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shakespeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this. Well, if you've been inhaling gas, that's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. He eats the bar of soap at her, accidentally breaks it, and then loses the whole case of it because of it.
Got it!
Got it! You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away. Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Thanks to a kind member of the public, the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. My word! It couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas? Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. Well, not 100%, but yeah, I kind of agree. It's the method Mr. Shakespeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear. Oh, he realized. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air. Yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that is your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. It's the hole.
Got it!
Got it! We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside. Where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. Yeah, I get it. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shamsphere has been leaving soaps like this outside this window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Wait. Do you want to hear another step of my crackpot theory? That's a pretty smart plan. I mean, I agree. He didn't want to waste the free tea that he could use to make coins, so he didn't have to use something else. He didn't have to expend more money, so he used the tea that he got from Natsume. But because the tea was still a bit hot, it kind of melted a bit of this impure soap into itself. But then how did he drink it? Maybe it wasn't. But I still think that would be funny. I don't know how he would then get it into his mouth, but we'll see. One of my theories is gonna be correct. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. What if the broken bar of soap that he had and the fork that he used to scrape out the hole? What if some soap chips just fell into the tea and then he sipped it, and then, because it wasn't a huge doses, but a small one, he only keeled over for a bit? And then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and the warmth and spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. And that is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. They should hire me as a security consultant. Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless? I'm fairly sure I didn't deserve evidence. Is she actually so pressed about this that she's willing to wave away the explanation as to how she would get the thief just so she doesn't look like an idiot? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Narrowbottom, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. A piece of evidence that sustains the theory about how Mr. Shakespeare has been stealing his gas.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shakespeare. What remnants? Wait, I don't even have to point at it? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shakespeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directed underneath the meter. What? What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly. It's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of these fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost consistently, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shakespeare slumped over his table, apparently having succumbed to strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Oh god, not again. Not this argument. Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not. Didn't beat around about the bush there, did he? Even he facepalmed? Okay, he's facepalming pretty often though at the judge. Mr. Shakespeare was found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soap is sounding... Do you mean to say he was using that fork too? Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Ah. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. The public is drinking good tonight. If you get tickets to this, you probably want to sit behind Von Zieks to catch some of his quality wine. Lord Von Zieks. I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake. First row is a splash zone. What is the meaning of this, counter? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your modest recent cross-examination? Well, that Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. What she said. Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever to suggest otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. What you're about to say is stupid, but technically the poison could have been inhaled by the vapors produced from the tea melting the soap. I just thought that while the soap broke, some of it flung into the tea. I guess both of it are possible. Or maybe, okay, what if two things could possibly be the case? The ice coin that flung out as he broke the thing fell into the tea, or maybe he's so stupid, he stirred the tea with the soap that he used, or the fork that he used to dig in the soap. There's so many dumb ways he could have ingested the poison. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What? Order? Order! Welcome, sir. How does the defense respond? Mr. Naruto. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us nowhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Von Zieks is saying? I don't think I could wait and see after he calls for immediate adjudication. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. But you've dug your own grave. How can you continue? You've identified the substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Von Zieks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. Any more digging and you end up back in Nippon? That would be such a crazy line. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? Should I write one of these? I'm sure there's some really good fan trials for the Ace Attorney series. At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. Ooh, we got him. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. And there's a question that we now need to reconsider. Namely, was the poison in the tea? I mean, was somebody else responsible is a good question, but also this. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsphere was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best. Wait a second. What if I build on your previous idea? Imagine they laced the inside of the coin meter with poison and he recycled the water into the tea. Oh god. I was going with your idea that the fumes might be it, the fumes that melted the soap from the tea, but instead of that, the poison that seeped into the ice coins, then dripped out, fell into the floor, and evaporated from there. That fumigated the room.
Objection!
Objection! The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Do I only get one shot here? We swiped the cups. We swiped the cups and the bars of soap. We swiped all the critical evidence. The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, Consul. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? It could be the torn off envelope piece. You know, he tears that off and the poison falls out onto the thing, but then I feel like we would also see the other part of the envelope. I'm going to... What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? I mean, there is residue in this cup. This isn't really... I guess we'll just go with the residue for now.
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, Counsel? Well, I suspect it may possibly be related to the tea in some small way, if we dig deep enough. Then you will be digging for a very long time indeed, my learned friend. Oh. Even at the bottom of the deepest chasm, you will find no sense in that absurd assertion. Okay, so it's the soap. Okay, my fault. I thought maybe you want the residue, but...
Take that!
Good gracious. The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice? Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. So, What are bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the Gas Thieves' coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes. But there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normalized. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The eyes was red. No. You mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. Iced tea, if you will. I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in his trial. Is this stupid? A little bit. I'm also disappointed that so far I could pretty much predict both cases without any bigger problem, unless there's a bigger twist coming here. That evening, yes. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamsphere's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So, on the night in question, Mr. Shamsphere, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid, in a bar of soap outside of Mr. Shamsphere's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even one drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. Smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover that remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff? Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once! Yes, my lord, understood! Wait, you ready for the next crackpot theory? I think the shadow government thing that's going to come out here is that Swan Lady and Actor Boy are related. They both have similarly blondish hair, which, yeah, there's also some other people that are kinda the same blonde and yada yada because they're Westerners. But I think they're gonna be related. We're gonna find the guy guilty, and then somebody's going to swoop in and be like, no, you can't convict him, yada yada yada. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord von Zieks? None, my lord. Guilty of what even? Of stealing gas, of poisoning himself and accusing somebody else of murder? Basically, guilty of being an idiot. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. That's not our jurisdiction. We are only here to figure out our guy not guilty. Anything else would be different trial. Well, yeah, but maybe somebody just pops in and goes like, this has been going on for long enough. We're stopping this here. We managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, consuls. What is adjourned until tomorrow? Now, I'm curious what kind of plot twists and turns will be in the next day. But I think this might be a decent time to end off. It's a pretty good point to end. So that's what I shall do. Quick stretch. Wonderful. Alright. Thanks for checking out the stream. More craziness tomorrow. Wait, more craziness tomorrow, or... Yeah, more craziness tomorrow. Alright. See you around. See you then. Bye bye. See ya.